Where's my chat? Just want to chat.
It's me. I'm just calling to say I love you. I love you.
Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. Just let me in. Cars. I'll try to use the chat, see what happens. Okay, it's working. See, calling blueprint, edit flow, structurally changed. Blueprint editor tips. Get class. Try to do this. Oh, the volume is really. Okay, while we're compiling, I'm gonna watch some tubes. Oh, there's a teaser for Megalopolis.
When does an empire die? Does it collapse in one terrible moment? No, no. But there comes a time.
That's a pretty powerful image. It's weird that it's not lighting this, though.
No, no. But there comes a time when its people no longer believe in it.
Don't let the now
Oh, wow.
destroy the forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome.
Is this society, is this way we're living, the only one that's available to us?
We are taking our city back.
And when we ask these questions, when there's a dialogue about them, that basically is a utopia.
Looks good. I won't lie. That is null. How come? Get the blueprint object, generate the supplied class. Can I get for this from this? Representative created by blueprints and how do I get how do I get the blueprint? I guess there could be a more than one, that's why. This doesn't work, but What other static stuff we have here? Get blueprint from get blueprint class. Gets the class generated was required. Get class name CDO. Can I do recompile? What is it? Just a followed with something with the stuff that is if you're not trying if you're only trying to add components to some instances of blueprints, that's a different animal, and you want to look into the second half of the add new component function, which it calls the following: add instance, actor instance, add to serialized components array so it gets saved, new instance component on component created, register component, rerun construction script. This information is something. If you look at this, it does some weird stuff with component after it's created, but the thing I think you want to look is calling specifically is mark blueprint as or mark blueprint as modified. If only if you're only trying to add components to some instances of blueprints, that's a different. You're only trying to add components to some instances of blueprints that's a different animal, and you want to look to this into the second half. This is kind of a non, but I don't think that's a good way to go. I think about that. Trying to, if you fail, was all I needed to add, which make total sense given the fact that the components I am adding are not part of any of the actor's properties. Find it a little surprising still, since registering states will also add the actor's components to all the instances. So if we just do this get instance component. Let's go to the instance components array. Yeah, I can do this trick. It will work. But this is a good one. That is it for this guy. It's not adding anything now. Let's not override this 1 sec. This looks interesting.
On pense toujours avoir la vie devant soi jusqu'à ce qu'elle s'arrête. La vie après la mort existe.
Ah,
Je suis vraiment mort alors? S'il devait y avoir un doute, je crois qu'il n'y en a plus. C'est le passage vers l'autre monde. On va aller dans un bel endroit et tout ira très bien. Viens.
Vous allez tous les deux aller en enfer pour ce que vous m'avez fait.
Je suis où?
J'accompagne les âmes avant qu'elles ne se fassent tourmenter pour l'éternité. Je serai votre accompagnant. Après la mort, il n'y a que l'enfer.
C'est complètement fou.
La flatterie ne vous mènera nulle part.
Tu vas être bien là-dedans.
Vous avez besoin de voir la réalité en face.
that is crazy.
L'humanité est mauvaise par nature et doit expier.
What was the last sentence?
Nature et doit expier.
Now it creates it, but it does not save it. I think once it's creating it there, we'll be good to go. Now it only giving me trailers. That is actually interesting.
Right off the bat, David Gunnell, 2 N's, 2 L's, says, when you're recording in the cave, do you have an external mic on your phone? Because I do most of the recording of the cave on an iPhone. Or are you just using the phone's onboard mic? Any audio best practices you've discovered while recording? So this is actually an interesting story. The answer is no. When I'm recording myself, whenever the camera angle is not moving, that's me recording myself on the phone. Whenever the camera's moving, that's Joey, Josh, or Norm.
And I guess we need to call this. Let's see again what he does. He says, Add to serialize components array to its so it gets saved. We can go and look at how it does it actually. Component class, asset, blah blah blah. Make unique. Get blueprint. But how do I get the blueprint version of this? That seems extremely crazy. How do I get the blueprint version of a native class? I meant a reference to the blueprint version of the native class I'm editing, I'm working with. No. When I edit a blueprint, it's derived from CPP. Meaning I should be able to get a version, the blueprint itself somehow. From native to without not a when you think about it, we're not adding this to the blueprint. We're adding this to the instance and just want this to be persistent. So why, when I hit compile, okay, I'm creating, I have a function that spawns components on a post edit change. After I see that the Okay, I have function response components on post editor. I see the change once, but after compiling the components disappear. Could be the actually could be me adding it the instance, you know? Let's try doing this, one sec. That's all interesting, actually. That could be interesting. Okay, fine, and now we'll reintroduce this line.
You know, here's the thing. We don't necessarily have the optimal work process, and that's by design. Because what I was really worried about working on The Witness, especially because that's when the team started becoming big. I was worried
You're
about
done, so
killing
why
the
don't you
art
tell me?
by
Ah, nice. Now we don't see the change at all. It's interesting. If I use custom, what's the default for this? Let's start with native.
making it too much of a business or making it too much of a process, right? That outputs a product. Like sometimes you need time to figure things out, like how to make them the best version that they could be. So there were many times on The Witness where it was like, you know, I don't think people are doing that much work right now because I'm not guiding them to the right things that need to be done, but I don't know right now. So I need the time just to take the break, right? Now that's bad as the team gets bigger and bigger and it's more expensive, right? And I think we do some of that still today, but less.
Disappears.
But also,
if we tell it it's an instance,
you know, our model is very loose. We have occasional
single
meetings
actor
once
instance
in a while.
via component section.
Still remotely
okay.
because of COVID.
Let's try this.
But even before that, we had some remote people. We have occasional meetings, but not a lot, you know. And for the most part, we trust people we hire to be able to execute some idea all the way down to the end with only maybe feedback from a couple teammates or something about how it's going, not from me or the whole company. We don't do like any of these programming methodologies like Agile or Scrum, or I think those are all okay. Those fall into a certain category of thing.
Yeah,
right?
let's go back. Sometimes he's just mumbling. That's interesting.
So, you got some new Star Wars derivation for me? Yes?
Yeah, this one also does it, but doesn't save it. But if we do custom user construction, a dynamically created component, either from user construction script or from the add component node, I guess it's something that Blueprint's using.
Yes, sir, I do. Rebel Moon Part 2, the Scar Giver. Scar Giver, huh? What's that about? It's Korra's nickname, our main character. Pretty intimidating, right? I mean, doesn't that kind of imply you will survive whatever she does to you? Yeah, so cool. Anyway, the bad guy she killed in the last movie, he's alive again. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And he's mad because he didn't want to get killed at all. Understandable. And so now he wants to attack the people of Velt and steal their grain. He still wants to do the thing from the last movie, and the good guys still want to defend it. Yeah, like in the last movie. Why isn't this just one movie? Because it's two. So now Korra and the other warriors need to train the village people. The band? No, the people that live on this moon. The warriors have to train them. And who are the warriors again? Well, they're you know, the ones from the last time. What are their names? Well, there's the okay, look, I don't know. Fair enough. And so
this doesn't even register now. And lastly, we have simple. Component is created from a template defined in a component section of the blueprint. Actually, that might be like that's the template. So this is the template. So that would make the most sense.
another thing these good guys need to do is harvest all the grain. Wasn't the whole thing in the last movie that they don't have enough grain or people to harvest it or people to fight? Right, but this is the second movie and several days have passed. Got it. So then we're gonna get into it. Oh boy, the fighting? No, the farming. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be so slow, sir. It's gonna take so very long. Okay. We're talking a good 30, 40 minutes where every time we cut back to the good guys, they're just doing some slow-mo farming. It kind of seems like a long time. Well, sir, people open Netflix and they click on an action sci-fi movie. What do you think they expect? Sci-fi action? Wheat! That's right, wheat. Slowly. Oh, you sure about that? Yes. And what about the fight training? Oh, the villagers are just kind of instantly good at...
Nice. Okay, so this doesn't work either. But I don't know why. If I place it... It's not constructing or anything. So what worked? I think it was native or... I think it was native. Or instance. So basically we can just do this, I think. Add this, add unique. But this does nothing. To the instance. Add components. What's instance component? That has been added by the user on per instance basis. It actually makes sense to call it instance. Because that's what we're doing.
At that part. Well, leaves more time for the farming, I guess. Now you're getting it. So now it's time for some character development. So Korra is going to tell her boyfriend Gunnar about the time she shot a kid. What? Yeah, see, her adopted father, Belisarius, staged a...
Maybe we also need this for the button itself.
And it's all very dramatic. There's a little string quartet playing, and the tempo of their music is going to adapt to what's happening in the moment. Oh, hiring a band for your secret murder plot is tight. And Belisarius kills the royal family, but Korra is the one who shoots the magical princess child, and then Belisarius reveals he's...
So for any instance... Just look at the. How do we create that guy? New object, register. Another reason, serialize, check definition, ensure postage chain, revisit compilation, resistant. Please search the web for me. Let's read this post again. Does not seem to have any doesn't seem to save any components to actual constraints for civil. I'm currently writing the plugin which access to the edit or just each JSON file is filled with tree map hierarchy. The actor uses to for transform the root node. When I save the project and reopen it, I can see the new thing, but all its commands are gone. Maybe I'm missing something. Edit 1. Here's how I can easily produce the issue. I trigger the function inside the project. This edit shows how to solve the issue. I just added this call after construction of the component. Thanks, Maruni, for pointing this out. Make actor with component. Register attached to. What is it doing? Oh. So it's first doing the instance. Yo, DannyX, how are you doing? Man, I'm going crazy here. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Maybe you can help me. So let's register it last. We can't. We can't set the. Maybe that's. Crazy. I thought I had an interview with Unity, the game engine company. What do you mean you thought? Ah, it's a different company called Unity? Let me do this last, see if this helps. This will actually set not the static mesh, but is going to here the same. Button frame mesh to use this, then these two guys will add them as a field. I don't know, maybe that's where I'm like failing. And on register, when we create the button, we're gonna set the mesh. So do this, then button mesh set static mesh button mesh to use and button frame mesh, set static mesh, button frame mesh to use. So but Trinidad Sound Local Marketing Company is a very similar Unity Global and very what are you trying to do? I'll show you. I'm just trying to probably need to close the editor. 1 second, register last. Okay, see if maybe this solves it for some reason. I'm trying to create, I have a vending machine. Basically, the vending machine is based on an actor that is a button generator. It just creates buttons. Buttons are components on themselves that create more components. So buttons are scene components that create mesh components, which are the button visually. So it's sort of a nested thing. The problem is, I'm trying to separate the problem because the engine is doing one thing in the editor, in the blueprint editor, and another thing in the world editor for the same for the blueprint, right? So one case it's the template, the other is the instance in the world. The thing my problem is I'm trying to focus only on the template side right now. The problem is whenever I'm I'm not running construction script because I don't want to recreate all the time all the meshes. Only when we do button changes. So I'm using the post edit change and I'm looking if a property of a button changed. And if a property of a button changed, I'm recreating the thing. You see we have two. Yeah, and now it's here. So that was it. That was the only thing. That was the problematic thing. That's really interesting. Now it keeps it. So we can place this in the world as a 3. Now it does, but now it doesn't have the information, right? So, because this is, yeah. Okay, but this is fine. Those are editor only? What are you talking about? Which ones? So now we can create a different version here, which is with 4, and hopefully it saves it. Let me go to the kitchen level. Post property editor. Ah, yeah, I know it's for. I need it for the editor. It's fine. I generate it in the editor, and then it's set. It's a version. It's not randomizing in runtime, in the game runtime. And the edit, it's doing it only on the editor runtime. So now we can make 4. Save. Let me see if I can open it. Again, awesome. It saves the changes. So, okay, let's recap here. That's a super important function. Wait, your filmmaker? What did you make? You can check my IMDb. Ah, fair. I thought you wanted to do it. No. So at instance, it's super important to do it, so it knows to serialize it. Okay, what the important what was fucking me up here is this. I had this function set button mesh used to actually set the static mesh inside the button. I couldn't use it before registering, right? Because there's no static mesh yet, because the static mesh is being created by the component with the static mesh only after register is called. So what happened, I was always putting there an empty mesh because there was nothing there yet there. So what I did, I just changed this to just to hold the type of static mesh I want to generate, and on the register itself in the component, only then it sets the static mesh. I'm not setting the static mesh from the actor, but from the components the actor is creating. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's working. Nice. We got the freaking buttons working here. We also need to see that it's working on when we're playing the game. Oh, you see now what's happening? Button amounts, it's not deleting. It's not deleting the buttons for some reason. I think I'm gonna leave it alone now. No, I have to fix this. This is so weird. Maybe I need to recreate this in begin play or something. Just once more. I don't like it. I would like it to just make it, you know? Just make the fucking button. By the way, if I change it here, wait, live coding succeeded. Let's see what happens now. Now it's like not working at all. That is so freaking weird. Ah, okay, because I'm adding instance. Again, that's the problem. Like I can't do it. Okay. Let's see the difference. Try to understand why it's not recreating this. Okay, so continue and 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not deleting. See, it's only. It's not updating that this thing is. Maybe if I compile, yeah, if I compile, it does it. I'm doing rerun construction script. Should I do it? No. Destroying all auto-generated components will attempt to preserve the root component location. So this goes in, removes the instances, the instance component array, destroy the component, nullify it,
two beating hearts together, stitch the seams and pull the levers, strange desire.
Do I actually need it then? Maybe I solved this already. You use some other easy approach like hiding buttons you don't need and always instantiate the same vending machine. But then I need to create like a million like 100 buttons, you mean, and hide all, like, just create 20 and hide if I don't use them? I mean, it's a solution, but I'd rather just create what I need and lose and waste my time. Also, I will learn maybe in the process how the engine works more. I mean, I always need to redo it again and again, right? 3 is fine. 2 is not fine. Okay, so we need to compile. But, so we don't need to do add instance actually, it seems. No, we do need it. No, we don't. We do? We don't? Oh, it remembers it. 2, 5. So we don't need to do the add instance. So what we can actually do is do the other little trick I really like, which is a new button. Creation method is e creation method. Try to go with this. This somehow singles the engine to do stuff. Schools. Okay, let's keep watching this too.
Framing her. Oh, very sneaky Belisari alias. Yeah, but she manages to pull a gun on him. So she shoots him? No, she can't bring herself to shoot him. Killing's wrong, so she just kills some guards and escapes. Oh, okay. So then it's time for some backstory for the other warriors. Right, we're like halfway through the second movie, and I don't know any of these people. That's right, so we're just gonna
This is really funny and also really accurate. Okay, so now we don't see anything. Let's try user construction script until something sticks.
kind of get that out of the way rapid fire style because we don't have a lot of time here. Hey, maybe we do less slow-mo farming and more organic character development? No, we're gonna want the slow-mo farming. If you say so. For some reason, I absolutely do. So they're all just gonna kind of sit on one side of a long table facing the same direction and tell their stories one after the other. Bang, 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 bang. Well, okay then. So now that each of the characters have spoken about themselves for 120 seconds apiece and therefore the audience cares about them, it's time for the final fight. Oh boy. So the bad guys show up, but the good guys have made a whole system of trenches, so they have the element of surprise. In just a couple of days, they harvested all their grain, trained everybody.
Doesn't like that either. And yeah, lastly we have native. I think the default is instance. I'm not sure.
To fight and built an elaborate trench system. That's what we're going with. And all the women and children, they're hiding in a building surrounded by all the grain, so the bad guys can't blow them up. This friggin' grain seems like more of a character than the women and children. It kind of is. So now the plan is for Korra and Gunner to sneak onto the enemy's Death Star. What's that? Dreadnought. That's not what you said. It is, though. It is. Well, it must be tough to sneak on a giant ship full of bad guys. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, they fly Korra's old ship that she escaped on, so they blend in no problem. Oh, the bad guys don't have a system in place to check who's boarding the ship? Apparently.
Boop. Disappears. So apparently only doing instance will serialize it. Maybe we need to say modify?
not, so then it's time for some heroic action. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, Cora's gonna shoot a bunch of medics that were trying to help her. Very heroic. And then she's gonna rig the ship to blow up. Bam, bam. But meanwhile, the bad guys have found out that she's on the ship. So what do? Well, the bad guy's like, actually, Cora's the only thing that matters, so just blow up the grain and the women and children now. We just spent half the movie harvesting that in slow motion. Now it just doesn't matter. Correct. So now they want to find her on the ship so she can't escape back to the moon. Well, if they know she's on the ship, can't they just shut all their doors and fly away, knowing she'll be trapped on there? Hey, shut up. So then before
No,
the
it's
bad guy can
serialized.
fire his super
No, it's very
slow
simple
weapon
because
at the
probably when it's creating the actor, it's going through that list and recreates them or something. I don't know. But for some reason, maybe we need to say modify. Modify. Clear, modify. Can modify, experimental, blah, blah, blah. The field. Get back extraction stripped. Be always marked as dirty. If the root is component is blueprint concern, we don't have it, so transaction into the. I don't know, maybe we need to call modify before.
And the women and children, I guess. Cora's gonna blow the ship up. Very exciting. So she gets in a big old fight with the bad guy, and then she chops his head off. Let's see him come back from that. Right? I mean, he might. I can do what I want. Right. But also, Gunner got hurt, so he dies. He's a dead guy now. Oh no, he was in the movie. He was, yeah. So then Cora reveals to the other warriors that she's actually not a good person because of that time she shot a child. Yeah, right. But then this general guy is like, actually, I knew that about you, and she's not dead, so it's all good. He didn't want to reveal that to her earlier. No, he wanted her to keep suffering and hating herself for a little while longer. Kind of a jerk move. And so they're like, well, we gotta go find the princess, and with that sequel bait done, we're done. What do you think? Oh, you want to make more of these? Of course, sir. There's so much more slow-mo space farming potential. How much more slow-mo space farming could you possibly want to shoot?
Oh my god. 6 freaking movies. This is like his retirement plan or something. Okay, it's not removing them. Why? Whenever we go in, we go through all the buttons. Inside here, this actor.
Hi everybody, Ryan George here. Thank you for watching that pitch meeting. I hope you enjoyed it. And listen,
Remove
I
the
want to be
instance.
transparent with you, all right?
That's a good joke. We destroyed that component, nullifying it, but we still see it. Could it be again because here? Should we say transactional? What is dynamic? Object is transaction. Okay, so we can undo it. Both of them need it. Could be that. Class default object. Mark is native. Will be marked as native. Do not use this flag. In has any. Okay. Mark is root. Tag garbage temp. This. Keep cooker. New version. Begin destroy. Finished. Miscellaneous. Was loaded. Will be loaded. I don't know. Probably destroying all the other buttons I have in the game. Public, keep object around. If for anything, if even if mark is native object, I'm not sure what that does. Okay, I managed to make it save the state, but now it will only add components and not delete them. Although I do this right before creation. Show removal. Use destroy. But sure. Notifying the pointer. Modifying correction while layering of it can lead to unexpected behavior and ensure the connection isn't being altered. Detach, that's interesting. If that's the reason, I'm going to, I don't know what. Oh, what's called modify? Ah, it doesn't give me what I need though. Keep relative, whatever. That could be interesting.
Stuart, what fascinates me about consciousness is I've seen, as I've witnessed the focus on consciousness in the last couple of decades, is more and more serious philosophers moving towards panpsychism, where in order to explain this unbelievable phenomenon of consciousness, you have to go to panpsychism, where everything has.
One sec. Oh, can't. No, now it's giving me an AO. Delete an unroot scene component with no attached parent. That shouldn't be the it shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case. I don't need to do this. I never done it before. None of your suggestions work. A hint, a clue might be that on compile, the change does reflect so we can mark it as dirty. I thought that mark package is dirty. Finds the almost package with the editors present the force. Let's try to do it for each one. This is not appropriate for the stream. Oh, that's interesting.
Thanks to Dell and NVIDIA and Cargo. I really like doing robot animation, using my references as inspiration. After a while, it started to feel like an USD workflow or things like that, just so that I like the tone.
Not interesting. Oh, this is a great film. Let's go. That's funny, but you won't understand it because of the language. I like watching this guy. He eats a lot of food. Best way to handle icons in your vital what? Quantum computing. How to GDS script. The true story behind Baby Reindeer. Monster. See, like, it will go here. One. What could be the issue here? What could be the issue? Why is it not deleting? The old ones. I'm searching how to make a good combat systems recently. Nice. Why did you discover it? There is no way. Because I'm not altering it. Oh no. We can try and alter it to the owner. Don't know if that would do anything. I don't think. Keep it simple was the biggest takeaway for me. Yeah. What kind of combat though? You'll be more specific because it's a very broad term.
Just by calling functions, it's just like a regular program. So you call parse expression, right? And what that'll do is it sees a 3, right? And then it sees the times, and when it sees the times, it says times means
something like the Platinum Games combat. I don't know what that is.
Expression, right? Why recursively? Because this could be an indefinitely long thing. It could be like times 6 times 8 divided by 14. Like this could just go on for a long time. So if you try to write some simple dumb program that just handles a fixed number of things, it'll fail, right? And so recursion means
nice.
Stack
Yeah.
That you can handle a very long thing, right? Ideally, in like a very hardened compiler, you wouldn't actually recurse. You would like actually iterate, right? Which is probably something that a program like Yak does do by default, but it's not that hard to do it yourself. Anyway, so times means call parse expression again. And then in that call to parse expression, right? So let me just put that here. So parse expression, you see like 4 plus 5, right?
Let's see if you can help me with this question. I want to use blueprint. You editor blue, so it's F. Mark structure, how it's called? On this actor. How can I do it?
And that's actually, you see the 4, and then plus means recursively call parse expression. So you call parse expression, and that gives you the 5, right? And then you return things back up the stack. Return, let's just say there was end of file after this, right? Or semicolon, right? So semicolon means return expression, right? So we return 5, right? And then return 4 plus.
I didn't change anything. I'm waiting for the answer. Class generated by? Okay, interesting. That's a way to do it. So it's get class. Oops. Generated. This is the blueprint that caused the generation of this class, or null if the native compiled different class. And then it casts this to a blueprint, I guess. View blueprint. Getting it. Forget to typecast. If blueprint, then blueprint. Sorry, do we want us to U editor? Sorry, F editor. Blueprint editor, blueprint editor it is. Mark blueprint structurally modify blueprints. Let's see if this works. Can go here just in case. Maybe we can even say recompile or something. That's a bad thing. Yeah, it works with this anyway. But it doesn't. Oops. Doesn't do anything though. Maybe because I rerun construction script.
The neon lights in paradise, alone with you, all of those nights.
You can also try this. Just throwing everything at it until something sticks.
Just drive me in your car.
Nothing.
Just drive me in your car.
Absolutely nothing happens. That could actually be the reason. Oh, we're getting 3 ones. 0. This doesn't change. That's really interesting. If I make 3, compile, 0 generated bodies, weapons. I'm not adding. Oh, I am adding. Interesting. We don't see this inside the blueprint. Oh my god, why? Two o'clock and I still not solved this fucking problem. I'm gonna sit here like 8 hours, I don't care, until it's solved. Generated buttons is 0. If I take this fucker, instead of doing it in the post load, post edit, I will do it on the constructor. Gonna copy this here. Ah, that's interesting. 7 months ago though, it's a hold. I can't look at the YouTube of something about ranting about AI from 7 months ago. It likes probably saying things that already prove him wrong. The healing was in Fallout 2. 3 times story beats that will improve your structure. That actually sounds interesting.
So you're saying the pentagram?
Let me open the YouTube app so we can maybe minimize it.
Pentagram works. Alright, you're the doctor. If a game has combat, it's probably going to have some healing system. Pills, beams, regeneration, food, spells, hot springs, hotels, blood rain. There's 1,000 ways to flavor healing, but there's another question you're going to need to grapple with. If the player can heal, what's the catch? There's not a lot of drama in it if you just get right back to where you started. If you can wipe away the consequences of combat so easily, is combat so much of a risk?
I don't have mine. Are we stuck somewhere? There was a way for me to pin it.
So much of a risk? If your reward is a new lease on life, what are you willing to give up? Let's talk about how to spice up a healing system. Maybe you're not fit for medicine. Maybe computers instead. Learn to code with today's sponsor, Boot.dev. According to Stack Overflow, the median salary for backend developers in the US last year was over $100,000. Boot.dev has taken the tactics from modern game design and applied it to coding with an eye toward dilemmas they have to puzzle through, sometimes at a split-second's pace. Designing a spicy healing system takes something that most games have and keeps it from getting tactically boring. The Kingdom Hearts devs found that out the hard way. The first Kingdom Hearts has a weird healing difficulty curve over the course of the game. The first quarter of it, you're weak. Your defensive options are limited, and all you can do to heal is vacuum up tiny health orb drops and use up your limited item inventory. Once you finally unlock Cure though, the game turns into a different game. Cure is easy to use and quick to activate. The spell upgrades too. As you get more MP and you get the higher level Cura and Curaga spells, the game gets exponentially easier. You can save yourself at a moment's notice for a small fraction of your MP bar. Cure spamming is a viable way to get through most fights, even to the point of forgoing other magic options to save all that mana for healing. It simplifies the game a bit, maybe too much. To address how overpowered it could be, Square overhauled both the MP bar and the Cure spell for the sequel. Instead of segments, spellcasting now makes you spend mana points just like a lot of other games. Don't spend it all though. Dropping down to 0 MP puts you in an MP charge state, where you have to wait through a cooldown before getting your spells back.
Now we stop.
Cure is still around, and you can use it whenever you want, but it'll cost you. How much? Well, how much you got. Curing costs the entire remaining bar, so you're guaranteed to be locked out of magic for a time if you use it. You really have to commit if you're going to heal yourself. It can't be spammed anymore. This change also made offensive magic more appealing. You don't have to save up for a cure if you can spend the bar down to 1 MP and cure anyway. If you're going to be locked out after the cure either way, why not, right? Cure in Kingdom Hearts 2 became less of a crutch and a get out of jail free card, and instead helped give players the go ahead to explore more of their combat options beyond cave manning and healing. You can think of healing like an undo button, meant to correct any major mistakes in combat. If that undo is free, if it lacks checks and balances, That can drain all the tension out of fighting. Why learn how to fix a bad habit if you can heal away the problem? You might be able to ignore major elements of combat system entirely if basic attacks and generous healing let you get through it anyway. Cheap healing can dramatically reduce a game's challenge if it's the optimal strategy. Players love to optimize, even if they optimize out the fun in the process. The two new open-world Zelda games have surprisingly intricate combat systems. If you're not allergic to weapons breaking, many players find the early parts of the games to be the most satisfying. You're barely getting by in fights with low health, limited resources, and a heavy dose of improvising. Combat is scrappy, for a while at least. As you get more health and more options, that fades away, thanks in no small part to the game's cooking system. As you grab ingredients, you can easily make full restore meals by just slamming a few things together. As long as you have access to a cooking pot, you can store dozens of these things, and even throw in a few combat and defensive bonuses on top for flavor. When you're in a fight, no matter what's happening, you can pause the game, eat something, and be right back to full strength. As long as you're not getting one-shotted, you'll be fine. There's not even a limit to how many meals you can eat at once. You can even eat ingredients by themselves. Eat 40 apples if you want, that'll do the trick. Even if you get
Here's the thing that
one-shotted,
for
the game
every
provides
5 seconds,
berries to
almost
bring you
1
back
minute
from the
passed.
dead. You're an unstoppable healing
You know what's
machine.
crazy? What's crazy? It's that
Luckily, the
I was
game-
still fighting with this idiotic thing that this does not change on construction. Like, in my construction script, I can do it better. Can I override the construction script of an actor? It's probably a blueprint. It's probably a blueprint thing function, the run construction script, which I don't know what it's doing exactly, but you know what? Let me see here, just to make sure. No elements are added to the blueprint. The changes do not reflect on the CDO. I wonder if they reflect on the instance. It does. How can I mitigate those two things? Is there any blueprint? And is there any class in Unreal that does it on its own? Any class that you can in the template generate it? Probably the spline. The spline component. No, but then you use the construct again. Okay, it does Maybe construction script is the way to go. I mean, you mean blueprint construction script? Look at me. I'm melting. Do you mean blueprint construction script? Maybe I can override that. Yeah, why not? Because I want to write the fucking thing in native. Can you override the blueprint construction? It's construction just the construct. Isn't construction script just the constructor? No. Constructor is one thing. There's the class constructor. It's one thing. There is the construction script, which is actually meant to be run on a blueprint. I think it's a blueprint function. Actually, it's not part of the class of the actor, the native class at all. Like it's the blueprint saying, do this after I finished loading the native, like an additional blueprint code. And I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. And there's the override. You can override for every actor the on construction, which is not a construction script. It's something. It's like when it's done. Maybe it's the last thing called by the blueprint. I don't know, by the actor. When is on construction called? It's the same as construction improvements. Use it if you want to, like if you want to make this or strays. It all can be. This is really important. Must be your property. But everything is your property in my case. Maybe because it's visible anywhere and not. Nah. It could be this, but don't think so. We can try. That's a really good remark. Everyone must be. Begin play. I don't think that's exactly true. Cause obviously I could, like if I did the same code on the construction, we would see the actual things there. Maybe I have already too many things going on here. Like all this marking dirty and things. Maybe it's doing something to the blueprint. I don't know. Zero elements. Spirit plasma. No, nothing here. Is handle button? Oh, fuck it, shit. No, it's not. Do you think? Do you think it's like? Could be. Could definitely be. I just discovered the other day, like a few days ago, that with this thing, that if you don't mark something as the post said, if something is not marked as a U property, so it's not garbage collected, it's stuff or whatever, like all this stuff. But there's another really important thing, that reflection system, because it doesn't mark it, everything you try to do that is somehow communicating between native and the reflection system, like between your native CPP file and the blueprint file, it will just won't work. Like even if it's a freaking integer, you have to U property it, so it can be serialized, etc., etc. Makes sense, right? But it's yeah. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't solve this, but let's see if at least we get. Let's see, it does not have reflection. Yeah, the blueprint, the editor has the reflection for the CPP, but I mean the editor is reflecting the native, but this guy is not showing this zero arrays here. But when we place it in the world, we have one. We have one of them here, and if we make two, we see two. If we make one, it's not updating this. And this thing in a construction script would just work if I did it here. If I did like add component. Oh, that could also be the case, by the way. That could also be the case. Maybe the component I'm trying to add, maybe that the BP does boost. We can look at that, and we can also use. There's I can use there's a sub object. There's a subsystem just for adding sub objects. We could do that too. Problem is it's returning const sub objects, so I'm not sure we can change them. We can look for that component. Like, I know for sure we can use that system. Once we add the sub object, it returns a const of that sub object, so we can't do anything with it. If we wanna, we need to do find and like compare the sub, and like it's weird. But one more thing that could be. Wait, you said something. Oh, we said something. It's a constant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can static cast it, if that's what you mean. I'd rather not do it. Const cast it, as you suggest. But what I thought is maybe you also need. It is blueprintable. For the love of me, I have no idea what's happening. Okay, I want to test something else. Let's make a static mesh component. Attach it, add new instance, and register it. Wait, I want to also set its location. So we don't need this. New mesh. We don't need this and this and this. And register new mesh. And we're not gonna add it to anything for now. And we'll just do set mesh. To a test mesh. We'll define this here. Sorry, oops. Test mesh, just for precaution here, if test mesh, then we set the mesh and just duplicate this. What I'm trying to see is if for some reason my component is the cause of the error. Because my component has its own stuff, his own stuff is doing. And maybe let's select test mesh sphere. 2 spheres, 1 sphere. No, it's not that. Now it's not even deleting. Looks like the deletion is the problem. Yeah, right now the deletion is the problem. Ah, wait, I'm not deleting them at all. I think I know why. Man, this is... It's not the deletion. It's not the deletion at all. I just had a click in my brain. Add instance component. Add instant component is actually what's making this work is what's fucking this up. I think I just realized this. Let's comment this out. I just understand what happened here. I think I just have a upgrade my brain. Add instance component is actually like clicking add instance, which is it's not what we want to do. I think we want to do what the construction script is doing when we do add static mesh component, for instance. Whatever that is doing, I don't think it's adding an instance. Or add component by class, yeah. I want to go straight to the thing. Adds a static mesh to the construction? What? Add component by class. No, I want to go to the runtime. It's this the runtime. It's a K2, and how do we go to the function? It's under execute or something. K2 is blue, yeah, but it's connected to a function somewhere here, right? Maybe this guy. Add a component to an actor. Should see somewhere a function that is going to the actual implementation, the native implementation. Something like on execute or something. But I'm not sure this is what we need. Because this is a runtime thing. I'm going to turn on to the automatic attachment clause. But this is a runtime, but maybe it's fine. Making a new object. What's post create? Calling on component created. I think this is the culprit. It's the creation method. When we hit the register. I think this register component is probably looking at the creation method. Oh, it always register component always calls this. What? Or is it being overridden? It's always registered with the world. Anyway. It should be this. I think. Sorry for the music. One sec. I think we should do creation method. Method. What? What's creation method? A new button. Creation method. So how components will be created is what makes more sense here? Instance, like when I add to the single actor instance, you have a component section of the actor's detail panel. That's like doing plus. That's not what we want. That is not what we want. Native, a component that is part of the native class. Also not what we want. Simple construction script. Component is created from a template defined in the component section. A component that is created from a template defined in the component section of the what? And a dynamic created component either from user construction or from a component node. This is what we need. Like this is basically what we're doing. Because we should think of this as a construction script. This will not remain, the differences, this will not remain in the template. This will change from instance to instance. Like the construction script. When we generate the buttons, one class will have 2, one class will have 5. Some of them will have 0. You know, everyone will have something else. It's not like we're not creating a new fixed template with one component or 2 components for all of them that we'd later inherit. This is what I understand from this system right now. It's the first time I have some feeling of I understand what the wording means here. Right, so it still won't work. Like we have 1. If I make 2, we have 2. Okay, we have 1. It's not deleting, but it is persisting, which is something. Three. User construction. Do we see it though still yet? Here we see it. Oh, I fucking have those guys now. No, it's just debug. Interesting. Now I don't see the generated at all. No, I don't see this. Edit anywhere. Let's make it a blueprint read write also. And compile. Slowly we'll get there. Where's my YouTubes?
Games are fun for other reasons, but this healing system is way more forgiving than other Zeldas. The limited inventory slots and bottles in the earlier games made you think more carefully about getting into fights stacked against you. It's fine to have a very generous heal system, but just recognize that it's going to dramatically alter how combat feels. Great, now you're convinced that a spicy healing system can be important. I'm glad I've convinced you so easily. Kudos to me. So let's say you've got a healing system already that you want to spice up a little. What can you mix into it? Health doesn't have to be just about how far your lil guy is from dying. The health you have can also impact whatever other stats you've got. Advance Wars has always had a special relationship with unit health.
That's cool. Where's generated buttons? Does it have to be this? It's not even showing me 0, it just shows me nothing. Ah, I know why. An idiot. Oh, this could be debug. I'm looking at the wrong place. La la la.
The combat power of your units is proportional to their HP.
This
The
game looks
weaker
cool.
one of these tanks is, the weaker its punch. The less health this infantry has, the more turns it'll take to capture a building. Units with 1 HP are good at taking pot shots and taking up space. Better to try to heal up if you can. So, how do you heal your dudes? Everyone has access to 2 main ways. You can either have them wait on top of friendly properties and gain 2 HP per turn, or you can merge 2 of the same unit, and their health numbers will be added together right away, up to a max of 10. Since heavily damaged units can't contribute much to the fight, this can be the fastest way to get one back to fighting shape. It's a trade-off though. You aren't really healing a unit as much as you are consolidating them. None of them can heal above 10 HP, and you can't split the merged unit back up. You're essentially sacrificing one of them for immediate health.
Okay, still
and
0.
That means sacrificing anything that one extra guy could do for your plans. Even an APC with 1 health can take up a square. When you
Make
merge
sure
a unit,
we
it can't even move again until
generate
next
something.
turn.
2.
Healing is quick, but it's
Compile.
not quite an instant turnaround. If that unit was getting hammered
Still nothing,
last turn and
but
can't move, you might be right back to
we
where
don't
you
have
started
the
in a
instance
hurry,
anymore.
and with 1 less unit.
We're using
If you merge
construction
things to heal,
script.
you might
Then
have a
create
harder
component.
time boxing your opponent out from capturing the city,
Um,
or keeping them out from running around
setting the
front line to
mesh,
attack
setting
your
the
flanks.
this,
The
attaching.
number of units you can bring to the party
Then
can be as big of a
we
factor in
setting
winning a
some
fight in
data
Advance
inside
Wars
of
as
it.
how much health each one has.
Registering.
They might be
Can
cannon
we?
fodder,
Should I
but they're
should
your
I
cannon fodder, damn.
unregister?
There's no quick fix for healing in Advance Wars. You get your health back, but at what cost? Time or manpower?
Unregister destroying any rendering physical
or even
state.
more than that. Other Side is a roguelike tactical RPG. A little bit XCOM, a dash of Child of Light, and some dramatic color choices. You can heal units, called daughters in Other Side, by sacrificing higher level characters into lower ones. The surviving daughter gets her health restored, plus some cool traits. Better traits come from higher leveled sacrifices.
Oh, that's interesting.
25 years ago, the creator of The Simpsons unleashed a brutally honest, unflinching look at the future. It was outlandish, mind-bending, a little heartbreaking, and all kinds of funny.
Shut up and get to the point!
Futurama is a pillar of adult animation. So it's hard to believe that the executives at 20th Century Fox never liked any of it. They demanded changes throughout its inception, then doomed it with a terrible time slot, confounding the showrunners as to why it had to turn into a shit show.
Oh my, yes. Ooh.
2 parts.
In 1989, the Fox television network was a fledgling and floundering broadcast channel with very few claims to fame. The Simpsons changed all of that. Created by cartoonist Matt Groening with the help of producer James
Grinding. This does nothing. Absolutely nothing. And this is being run on the construction script every frame of update. Maybe this is doing it. We don't need to remove instance because we're never adding any.
L. Brooks and showrunner Sam Simon, The Simpsons' rebellious mindset, subversion of family sitcoms, self-aware meta-ness, and its all-around hysterical range of humor, from the highbrow to the slapstick, created an instant hit for Fox. The next decade belonged to Matt Groening's animated sitcom.
Ay, caramba!
Idly ho! Excellent.
Millions tuned in each week, and that rabid fan base spent billions on merchandising. Its boundary pushing, for the time, and pointed social satire offended parents, religious leaders, and U.S. presidents.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
It won dozens of awards and was inarguably one of the greatest TV shows ever made during its heyday. It directly led to the 90s boom of adult animation, like Beavis and Butthead, Family Guy, and South Park, and inspired countless others, from The Office to The Daily Show. And being animated, it was also easily dubbed for overseas markets, making it a global phenomenon. Simpsons Mania was everywhere. While today it's nowhere near the behemoth it once was, it's hard not to overemphasize how much influence The Simpsons has made on pop culture and really the world at large. Needless to say, Fox would do anything to get another Matt Groening show on the air, and they hassled him for years.
Not long ago, the Fox network approached the producers of The Simpsons with a simple request: 35 new shows to fill a few holes in their programming lineup.
By 1995, Groening started considering it in earnest. Fueled by his apparent fear of robots, Groening wanted to combine comedy with science fiction.
I'm gonna do what I've always dreamed of. I'm gonna write that sitcom about the sassy robot.
Staying in the same lane as The Simpsons, he envisioned a future that wasn't an optimistic utopia nor a dystopian nightmare, but one where everything is just as stupid and polarizing as today.
If I were registered to vote, I'd send these clowns a message by staying home on election day and dressing up like a clown.
You're not registered?
Nope, not vaccinated either.
He eventually landed on the idea of Futurama, about a well-meaning simpleton, Philip J. Fry, who gets accidentally cryogenically frozen, waking up in the year 3000, and is taken in by his extremely distant nephew, Professor Farnsworth, a 160-year-old mad scientist.
This is a chance for Fry to test out my experimental anti-pressure pill. I can't swallow that. Well then, good news. It's a suppository.
About a year into the project, he decided he needed help fleshing out all these concepts. In 1997, he recruited David X. Cohen. The X means nothing, by the way. He had to differentiate himself from another David Cohen in order to stay in the Writers Guild. Cohen went through the usual comedy writer's path, by earning a physics degree at Harvard, followed by a master's in computer science at Berkeley, which naturally got him his first gig, writing for Beavis and Butthead. And that led to him joining The Simpsons in '93.
You call this writing?
If I puked in a fountain pen and mailed it to the monkey house, I'd get better scripts.
But, sir, at Harvard, they
at Harvard they taught you? Hit the streets, egghead.
Cohen wrote multiple episodes and segments and constructed probably the greatest sci-fi moment in the series' history.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Wow, Poochie came from another planet?
Oops.
I guess.
He was also the guy responsible for throwing overly complicated math jokes in the background, inadvertently creating a dedicated fan base primed for a nerdy sci-fi cartoon.
Then they said, you know, we want to make this look sciencey, stick some equations in the background. So that's where I thought, oh, instead of just making it mumbo jumbo, I might as well make some jokes that 3 of my friends
he's getting
from
no
graduate school will get at least, and no one else will ever care about or be talking about in the theater 20 years later.
Groening saw Cohen as the perfect match to help him develop Futurama. And Cohen knew he had to say yes because no other offer in Hollywood could be more suited for his skills and interests. Seeing as how science fiction comedies didn't really exist at the time, Groening and Cohen were mostly inspired by the low-budget productions of old sci-fi television, like Doctor Who and Lost in Space. The two spent a year detailing every aspect of Futurama, like picking which scientific concepts to parody and discussing how robots had integrated into society. While Groening already had Turanga Leela, Zap Brannigan, and Kif Kroker, with Cohen they created the more sci-fi-ish characters like the talking crustacean Dr. Zoidberg.
Look at me! I'm Dr. Zoidberg! Homeowner!
Should they use
the dark matter pooping pet Nibbler, and the impulsive, selfish, hard-drinking robot Bender.
Bender, honey, we love you.
Shut up, baby, I know it.
Bender was very
Should I
deliberately
use
meant to
find
be Futurama's Homer Simpson,
components
but
like
this time
class?
he couldn't be accused of being a bad role model by pearl-clutching parents because he's a fictional robot.
Try this, kids at home.
Is television sensation Bender a bad role model for Earth's children?
That's crazy.
They also created a robot called Pocket Pal
Components.
that would periodically appear to explain the future to Fry, but tossed the idea, figuring that not explaining the insanity of the year 3000 was far funnier. In the end, the two men had an enormous binder representing 2 years of work. In April of
get
1998,
components. That's
they were
function.
ready to pitch Futurama to Fox. Groening and Cohen spent 2 hours describing a myriad of characters, locations, themes, and plot lines to the eager executives. Groening finished by saying,
"What I've done to the American family with The Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama."
They jumped up and down and ordered 13 episodes on the spot. And then, that's when the honeymoon was over.
What is this doing?
The second they ordered it, they completely freaked out.
The instance
And were afraid the
components
show was
array.
too dark and mean-spirited, and thought they had made a huge mistake. And that the only way they could address their anxieties was to try to make me as crazy as possible with their frustrations.
Let me stop it here again. Man, I want to see the component list for this guy when we go here.
When James L. Brooks brought The Simpsons to Fox, they were so desperate for content, they made a deal with Brooks and Groening that they would never creatively interfere with the series. But in the years since, the execubots
Yeah,
at
let's go
Fox,
back a little bit.
in April of 1998, they were ready to pitch Futurama to Fox. Groening and Cohen spent 2 hours describing a myriad of characters, locations, themes, and plot lines to the eager executives. Groening finished by saying,
"What I've done to the American family with The Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama."
They jumped up and down and ordered 13 episodes on the spot. And then, that's when the honeymoon was over. The second they ordered it, they completely freaked out, and were afraid the show was too dark and mean-spirited.
This is empty. Track the device. Owned component. It has buttons root. Instance components, empty. So when we say get components, this idiot looks at the actor, and I guess because none of them are owned by it, but it is, as you said, owner. New object. Do we need to set owner? New. Is owner selected, or should we say this own? Owns component. Owner of this actor. Set owner. We can do this for actors. Add owned component. New button.
And thought they had made a huge mistake, and that the only way they could address their anxieties was to try to make me as crazy as possible with their frustrations. When James L. Brooks brought The Simpsons to Fox, they were so desperate for content, they made a deal with Brooks and Groening that they would never creatively interfere with the series. But in the years since, the execubots at Fox had become increasingly corporate and excessive meddlers in all their other shows.
Executive Alpha, programmed to like things it has seen before.
Hey.
Executive Beta, programmed to roll dice to determine the fall schedule.
More reality shows?
Groening soon realized how spoiled he was on The Simpsons. He spent countless meetings with Fox constantly telling them no because they wanted to change every aspect of the series. They questioned aliens having Italian accents, futuristic products with identifiable brands, prostitutes being coin-operated robots, and they didn't get why the plots kept happening off of Earth.
Still empty. No, some of them returns 1. Some of them return 1. I don't know what to do with my life. Not giving up. I don't know. Build the code with the editor closed. Open the editor. Try to change move time to 5. I've been programming so running the editor directly from Visual Studio. Turning on live coding. It's not it. Components added in CPP. It's actually, that was the closest one. Components. How do you create a component? A new object? And you have an idea? Dynamically. Components are not I want to design the ability to choose a main mesh. Not sure, but it looks like they are not being added properly if the array is not filled up every time. Not being added properly? Add to what? I'm literally just using a get components by class function and deleting them. I do get all buttons, looping through them. The array was empty, no, but then it was not empty. Add component. Can we maybe use add component by class as you suggested? Okay, let's try and use that function then. Does it return the class though? Okay, what's yeah, true.
Why not? It's clever, it's unexpected.
But that's not why people watch TV. Clever things make people feel stupid, and unexpected things make them feel scared.
Fox also didn't approve of him selecting Rough
Does that
Draft
compare pretty
Studios to
nicely
handle
with
the
editor
animation,
functionality
even
on
though the
actors?
company was founded by Simpsons veterans.
Depends, but a
Groening
lot of
called the
time go out and
experience the
recompile.
worst of his career. He already resented the idea that Fox thought the success
Could
of
be
The
the-
Simpsons was
also,
a
it could
product
be
of
that, I
their efforts, and wasn't afraid to arrogantly point at his yellow family as proof of what happens when creatives are left alone. Again, Groening Simpsons built the network and made them billions. He assumed he'd get some leeway. Even his chosen
Nope, it's adding the component for sure. I've noticed it's getting better. You mean live compile? Yeah, live compile is okay for some things. When you have when you when I do changes to the headers and stuff like that or constructor, I usually recompile. But if it's only inside the implementation of a function, you can safely just live compile it now. It's fine. Yeah. Until we get Windows 11, I guess, or something.
Frozen cast weren't safe from the mindless tampering. Initially, Charlie Schlatter from
Yeah, there's a few interesting candidates here. Does not have to treat them as components of the actual. So it does not treat them as a components. You know what? I like the Unreal, when you have a blueprint, it has at least 3 versions. Whenever you're working on it, you have the template, you have the CDO, and you have a garbage in between, like a buffer between them. So if you listen to a post load on the native class, let's say you create a blueprint of a native class and you just listen to post load, it will fire 3 times for each of them. So it's not apparent where, in what stage. It's the way Unreal is passing the information from the native class up to the template to the CD, for the template to the CDO, to the CDO to the template. It's not clear, to me yet, how exactly that does that work. But that's part of it. That's part of it, I think. Post initial is during play, so we can't touch that. I mean, that we don't care about that. We have post register all components. This could be that post load. I used to check for each of them, like what they did. We'll see like a million of those. By the way, is that a design pattern in the 3 version of the class? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm starting to think I'm not going to be ready with this build for tomorrow presentation, unfortunately. Because I'm spending way too much time on this, but I have to solve it. I cannot leave this be. If it's either a bug or I don't know what. But the accumulated time I wasted on trying to construct nested items is like here and at work, it's immense. I always make it happen, but it always like crazy amount of time. And I obviously don't know how to do it yet. I want to see if this guy even like how many he has here. I give it 3. You see, it's not even, that is so weird. Like even in begin play, he sees 3 buttons. 1, 2, 3. But there's 5. Is it not the buttons we are seeing? 3 buttons, we see 5. It's generated buttons. Let's look again here. Yeah, primate tick. Where's the components? It was in the last bit. All the components. One, two, three, 4. Check how many static mesh component this guy has. Check it out. It has like millions. This should be this. I guess it's not destroying them because they're not owned by this button anymore. Probably we need to recreate the blueprint. It's fine though, we have nothing there, we just have a mesh.
Diagnosis Murder was set as Fry, and Mad TV's Nicole Sullivan landed Leela. But quickly thereafter, Fox abruptly fired both of them, with no reason given.
The part of the story I remember, which is so cringeworthy for actors, is that Charlie called Nicole and said, "My agent just called me and they have fired me." And then Nicole goes, "Hang on 1 second, I'm getting a call." Oh. Anyone who's worth their salt has been fired at some point, like I have, and you guys, yeah. So it's such a, sometimes it's not the right fit or whatever.
Okay, let's see this again. I'm going to create a new, I'm gonna delete this guy from here. Gonna create a new button array. Place it somewhere here. And I'm gonna play. So now we should see if we get this. On components, we have, why do we have so many static meshes? New blueprint, label new blueprint. Ah, that's the name of the actor. Mesh. What's the mesh? Material, right? Blah, 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 new blueprint. A mesh component. Doesn't it have a mesh? Frame. Static mesh. Vending was frame. So this is okay, it's fine. So okay, how much do we have? Actor. We should have 2 times 3, 6. Native component to property map, instance component, anything? These are the components, they're instanced. And he's owning them too. So this is the reason. This is, I think, it's destroying these guys, but it's not destroying these guys. Maybe it means the components that are owned by the instance. No, this is just the owned components by the actor. And you see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The instance components array. Yes. These are the... By this instance, you mean? That we only... you mean not by the CDO? I don't know, maybe. But this says 3 times 2, so it only should have 6. It gives me 2. I'm just wondering. So I think the problem is this: when we create, it's either when we say get components. It's not returning when I say delete, it's not deleting the outers. So I say, I guess it is deleting, but it's not deleting this. This is a component, and it's creating two static meshes here. Objects is transactional. Maybe with the flag I can tell it to do it. Object is visible. Maybe we should make it transient. Object matters wood and construction and not garbage collected. This is a temp user flag. This subject is not completed. Its initialization problem cleared. Need load. Keep cook. It's post load. It's this. Begin destroy. Transient or don't save object. No, I don't think I would do it. So what is the template for the CDO? So what is template of that CDO? Template instance version of an object? So what is the template of that CDO? Template instance version of... I'm not sure what you're asking, but when you make a native class, which is uClass and all that stuff, Unreal creates a template for it, which is sort of a reflection system object that has all the native default data. And when you make a blueprint from that, it creates a template. I think that's how it works. This is the template, but the native, when you update the native, it updates all the three things. When you break on a native, it shows you all of them because they're all being monitored or updated. The reflection system from native. Native sees all of them. So when the template is changing, when the CDO is changing, it all changes. So kind of like the CDO of a blueprint class. CDO is yeah, you can say that. I think no longer used. It is no longer being set attention field by. Don't get started during static initialization. I want to ask a question. I'm creating in CPP a component that on its own creating components. Who owns when deleting the parent component, it seems that the component created by it remain alive. That was not helpful at all. When we go through this loop, this is a useScene component. His owner is this. The world is this. Let's do this. The array, use static mesh component, all static mesh comp, get components by use static mesh component, all static mesh component. Now for each, for you and for me, use static mesh component, static component. You don't suggest that anymore? Component. Nothing. And we're gonna do nothing. Yeah, let's stop it. Stop it. Here. Please finish. "13 static meshes." So just out of interest, this guy. Who owns you? Okay, so who owns it is this. Who owns this is this. V5, how can I make a component the owner of another component? Maybe it's not doable, guys. I don't know. It's tough one though. It's tough one. Yeah, our shopping system was very simple, just a data SAT object and a subsystem. I mean, I can make it simple. I'm just being headstrong about this. No need. That's the reason it's not being deleted. If I say now delete, if I call this delete, I think we won't see them. I said destroy. I think we won't see them. I mean, we'll see just the amount we ask for. So if that's true, and it seems already, like obviously that the component don't, I was assuming that also there's an option here when you say destroy, promote children, which I was sure saying like the children of this component, but maybe it's an hierarchical thing. I know how to solve it now, but let's say we do 1. How come it works now? 2. Because we're destroying all the static mesh components. Yeah, it's working. So yeah, that was it. We cannot obviously destroy all the components. What we can do maybe is get the root. We attach everything to the button root. Maybe we can get children components and through this button root children, we create this variable and we're actually going to go not root but root. Come on, Ryder, you can do it. Button root beer children. So we get all this guys and we actually going through them. Use scene component. We can do unregister, I guess. We can keep this. Probably we don't need any of that crap.
Or some executives feel like they need to pee on your show.
Caught off guard, Groening and Cohen had to go with their runner-ups.
Him.
Since Billy West was already cast as the professor and only auditioned for Fry, they gave him the role. As for Leela, in came Katie Seagal, who had just finished Married with Children, which, fun fact, Fox canceled publicly before telling the cast and crew. Tragically, they also lost Phil Hartman. Groening created the role of Zapp Brannigan specifically for him. After his unexpected death, Billy West also took the part, modeling his performance on Hartman.
If you so much as glance at another woman, I'll be all over Leela like a fly on a pile of very seductive manure.
Like The Simpsons, Groening mostly stepped back from day-to-day operations, becoming more of a consultant. He would attend table reads, when the actors first get to read a new script together, occasionally pop into the writer's room, and would give notes throughout the whole process. David Cohen was always intended to be the series showrunner from day one. He filled the writer's room with Simpsons alums. Nearly all of them had science or math degrees, 3 of whom had
deleted
PhDs, which made them perfect for getting the most out
the
of science
device
fiction.
mesh.
Say nerd! Nerd!
At that time, to make a single episode of Futurama or The Simpsons took around 9 months. After the writing was finished and the actors had recorded their lines, US-based animators would draw roughly 1,000 keyframes for each episode. The writers would give notes, changes were made, then the animatic was sent to the South Korea studio, where they'd animate the entire thing, about 20 to 25,000 frames. But unlike The Simpsons, Futurama was colored digitally. In fact, the series used a wide range of computer techniques for the final product.
One sec, what's happening? I'm still doing this. Oopsie. Generated buttons. I don't need them.
Product. From the straightforward 3D effects of the Planet Express ship to the hidden lip sync alterations for dialogue replacement. When the pilot was finished, Fox was furious to find out it wasn't, to them, anything like The Simpsons. Meaning they were literally expecting a family of 5 in space.
You see, TV audiences don't want anything original. They want to see the same thing they've seen 1,000 times before.
In a last-ditch effort to placate the studio's concerns, Groening and Cohen purposely produced the 3rd episode, I, Roommate.
The network really was freaked out by the show with the suicide booths and the...
Okay, here's the vending machine. And with 2 buttons, although... Where is it? Maybe the button would... No, it's correct. And I'm doing something right. Okay, so this works. At least this works. Force delete. Vending machine. Make it 2, 3, 1. Okay, now we're making them. This is so foolish. It's not updating. It's not updating them, or it's destroying them. Maybe I'm destroying them on the constructor or something. But if I hit play, nothing. Why? 2, 3. Let's see. Yeah, Oppa. So something for a second and it's gone. Probably I'm calling this in a million places now. Post edit change on construction, handle button generation. Maybe because I'm unregistering or something.
lobster creatures and Bender being so antisocial. And so again, this was our show. Just to tone things down. This script was written specifically to their specifications. And their reaction, David?
Worst episode ever.
So even bound by all the notes axed of them, Fox still didn't like the show. Groening finally put his foot down, saying he would no longer listen to their gripes and that they'd produce the series just as independently as The Simpsons. Futurama debuted Sunday, March 28, 1999. 19 million Earthicans tuned in, even beating their lead-in, The Simpsons.
Why?
Reviewers were lukewarm with the new series, thinking it wasn't as sharp as The Simpsons, but its originality and inventiveness showed great promise. Groening wanted Futurama to be aired in the ratings sweet spot of 8:30 p.m. on Sunday nights, sandwiched between the powerhouses of The Simpsons at 8 and The X-Files at 9. Fox only let it air there for 2 episodes, before moving it to their lower-rated animation Tuesday nights, alongside King of the Hill, Family Guy, and the PJs.
Due to technical difficulties, we now bring you 8 animated...
Okay, so real, this all makes sense. 3 static meshes, 6 static meshes, 3 components. It destroys all of them. Then it goes here 3 times. Maybe this is not working anymore. I don't know. Creates the guys. New button. Attach it to the button loot. Add the instance. Da la la la. And that's it. That should be it. And we see nothing. And here it's not even firing. It's not even firing here. Because I'm not stopping it. Need more AC here. Am I deleting it anywhere else by mistake? Does it work on begin play? Why doesn't it work on begin play? It should at least do that. How come it passes null? And how did it compile all these things? Um, I think maybe we'll remove it from one construction.
Shows in a row.
Futurama lost nearly 50% of its audience with the change. Groening called the move a historic blunder and assumed the change. the change.
We now bring you 8 anime.
The change. Groening called the move a historic blunder and assumed it was a reprisal from Fox because he wouldn't listen to their notes. Throughout the rest of the year, Groening did not play nice when speaking to the press. He fumed that Fox no longer fostered original series, that they operated permanently in damage control mode for their past failures, and frankly, that they clearly had no idea what they were doing. Groening was willing to take all that blame if the series tanked, but it needed to be on his terms. Overall, though, he was optimistic that the quality of the show would grow an audience regardless of its time slot. And sure enough, it did. By the end of its first season, viewership was steadily climbing. At the beginning of the second season, Fox put Futurama back in that prime Sunday 8:30 p.m. spot. For only 4 episodes.
That's all? But
Now, there'll be plenty of time to discuss your objections when and if you return.
Whether they were truly punishing him for their lack of control, or perhaps furious that he kept dragging their name through the mud, Fox gave their new series, Malcolm in the Middle, the spot, and moved Futurama up an hour and a half earlier. 7 p.m. on Sundays was considered a death sentence on Fox, as it often competed against the sports ball games and post-game talk shows. If the games ran over, any series caught in that time slot would simply not air that day, and the episode would be put on a shelf. Because of this, Futurama's 4 seasons of episodes aired inconsistently, becoming 5 seasons of broadcast television, and they were completely out of order, which normally wouldn't be a problem for most sitcoms, like The Simpsons, but Futurama leaned into its continuity, especially with its Fry and Leela romance and the ever-evolving mythology of Fry's importance in the universe. When streaming Futurama, it's placed in that broadcast order, not chronological. Sunday at 7 p.m. is where Futurama remained for the rest of its run. Over time, Fox basically forgot the show even existed. When it won the Outstanding Animated Program Emmy for Roswell That Ends Well, Fox never bothered to call Groening or Cohen to congratulate them.
Hey, don't cut that. I need that to speak.
And Fox couldn't be mad at the show for offending anyone because all the controversies they feared would crop up never came to be. Though the Nixon estate did ask them to stop making fun of him.
In our darkest hour, we can stand erect with proud, upthrust bosoms.
Anyone who laughs is a communist.
All Fox saw was declining viewership, thanks to that erratic schedule. Sometimes it meant only 1 new episode a month, and that made
now it
building
keeps
an
it?
audience nearly impossible. Globiously,
it's not
ratings
being
slowly
updated. Okay,
cratered.
let's play.
Lasting 72 episodes, Fox technically never canceled Futurama. They simply didn't order another season. But really,
it's not creating. It's not creating it. Why you're not fucking creating it? What have I done in my life, in my past life and current life? It just doesn't work. Oh, so maybe it was that function. Maybe I was too quick to be happy. Oh, there's 3. I'll make 2. Oh my god. Can't believe it's happening. Okay. Interactivity. Interactable components. We need to make each. Wait, so why isn't it? the fuck's going on? We'll soon make it work in the constructor. What? They all have that. I don't understand this. Also, I don't understand what is their material. An instance dynamic. Probably the button is creating it. I don't know. But it's not interactable. Let's look at the collision. Hey, Takatax. You just came in as I see some light in the end of the tunnel. What are you doing? Show collision, please. Thank you. No, there's collision. Inspiration or other type of light? No, just a bug I've been chasing for 6 hours now. Let's, I don't know, remove the widget 1 sec. Maybe I'm clicking on the widget or something. Okay, now a new bug. Interactable is broke. Why? Who knows? Interactable. Let's make all. Ah, I know why. Because, yeah. Because we're creating them in the begin place, obviously. Obviously, this doesn't work. We need to like begin play again and say, I don't know, fresh interactables, some bullshit, refresh, or I don't know what I made it here. Update interactability is interactable, yes. Fuck you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to, I don't know what. Let me delay a second. It's a Jenga. Sometimes you gotta add more pieces. Yeah, that's true. It's part of the process. Oh, now it works. So my ingenious. Okay, nice. So my ingenious thing. Once it will be constructed here. It will work correctly. Once we manage to call this function correctly on the constructor, it will work. So let's bring it back to the post edit change. What about you, Takatax? You also a game developer. Hopefully more successful than I am. But it's not a big task. Just tack is fine. Nice. How are you doing, tack? Yeah. Playing some Simpsons, not Simpsons, Futurama documentary. we can watch together. Let's do now. Okay, fuck you. Now, oh, suddenly I see the actual thing. Suddenly I see. Okay, let's go here and say no. Okay, that's interesting. It worked. 3, 5, 1, save, play. Okay. And what about here? 1, 2. So here, ensure world. Didn't I? I didn't do it. I need to say if get world, then we can do this because we depend on the world for this function. No, I'm playing around very little in UE5, but I'm no dev. I'm interested in watching creative process. Nice. It's a classic time. It's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm like melting here. My creative process is melting. I've spent this problem is about to be solved finally. I've spent around I would say 6 hours today on this freaking bug. Almost 6 hours. And I learned something about Unreal today. You might be interested to know. If you ever go deep into development, like you start creating components and stuff in C++, I'm not sure if that's 100% sure, but it seems like components can't be owned by other components. They can be only owned by actors or something of that nature. So while I was circling around, I was trying to regenerate a list of buttons on this freaking vending machine. But for some weird reason, I had many problems, but there was one that was never solved. Is that when I did, you see, I type 3, I have 3. 12, we have 12. When I typed anything other than the current number I currently had, it didn't destroy the meshes. And I didn't understand why. I thought maybe it couldn't get the correct components or something. What actually was going on is that this is components inside of components. The buttons are like, there's a button component, inside of it there's components which are the meshes. And when I was telling it destroy the button component, I thought it's also destroying the meshes, but it wasn't. It just wasn't. So I had to do it differently, and it took me 6 hours to figure that out. And actually, Danny here, I don't know if he's sure he said he threw something out there. He said maybe it's about the deletion, but I was like, try to play with it, but I didn't laser focus on it. But he was right. That was about that. And yeah, now let's see if we can. Okay, so we can't generate it here, and I might just say. We can leave it at that, or we can not. Post edit. I mean, in the constructor, we can say in the constructor. Let's remove all this crap from here. We can say, so we only create it when it's where there's something there. But in the construction, we can maybe say again, I don't want to construct the entire blueprint if I'm changing things which are not the button. That's why it works so well on it works so well, but if I do this way again, maybe I can enjoy both words, because ultimately we wanna do it here. We want to do it, sorry, in the template here. We want to see the change reflected here, and also in the level, both. And maybe I need to call the add instance function, so it knows that we added that instance, serialize it, and skip the blah. It's a technical term. So what do you like most about Unreal? It's not doing anything. 2, 3. We have 3. We can change it here. We need to check that we can reload. That seems fine. We can play. We should see 4 here. And I think that if that's correct, there should also, and we don't need to, then we don't need to call this begin play. Functionality. And okay, let's see what happens now. Three. So weird. So what are those? Oh wait, I'm not doing this to constructor. Maybe I have all the things there. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Let's try and bring this back in with a fresh instance. Who knows? With 2. No, there's like post edit, change property. Now I'm just confused. I gotta run off now. I'll stop back on time. Thanks for joining in. Thank you for the follow. So We advanced considerably. Now just this thing remains. Post edit change is not updated, or I don't see the update reflected. Maybe we can do this little trick. New button. Just do the creation mode. So we set it, we place it inside the instance, but we'll tell the system that its creation mode is this, and then maybe it will be fixed.
Can you guess what we are doing here?
Hey, Bowen and Jordan. Let me guess. With that cake and candle there, it looks like someone's having a birthday. Are you celebrating a special day or just...
Probably need to recreate. No, so I don't need to create it with the instance actually. Or I don't know, maybe it's
finding an excuse to eat cake. Either way, I'm intrigued.
That's correct. Today is my friend Jordan's birthday.
Yeah, you got it. I was hoping that you could sing me the birthday song.
Of course. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jordan. Happy birthday to Jordan. Blah, 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 blah. Don't forget.
That was so great. Thank you so much. I'm going to make a wish.
You're welcome. Make a good wish and may it come true.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Rocky. I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm awesome. Listen, I got some huge news.
Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to be interviewing at OpenAI. Have you heard of them?
OpenAI? Huh? Sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible, Rocky. What kind of interview?
Well, it's for a software engineering role, but I just need to know, do I look presentable, professional?
Well, Rocky, you definitely have the I've been coding all night look down, which could actually work in your favor.
I'm about to give up, you guys. I mean, only on this part. We'll continue some other time. I really gotta take a break and make a coffee or something. Finish that Simpson thing.
What's the difference?
Another classic science fiction show canceled before its time.
For fans, it was a bitter outcome because the series was genuinely flourishing creatively and critically. Perhaps the first season wasn't as strong as some were expecting, but critics and meatbags alike agree the show only got better. By season 5, or the last half of season 4, depending on how you look at it, Futurama was firing on all cylinders.
Do I need to create a new one again? Let's do it. What is it?
And is widely considered, to this day, the best the show ever got. This was the result of two decisions made by David Cohen. The first was fully embracing their science fiction roots, as they were able to explore insane concepts like no other television series in history.
We noticed that the fans were responding really well to the episodes that had more sci-fi in them, and you'll see we do go for more serious sci-fi stories as it goes along. And the thing that was very surprising to me, a lot of those, I believe, ended up being our funnier episodes as well. And that's what we didn't know we could do at first, just to do a story which was a real sci-fi story, but also
It's just called destroy. No idea anyone. It's just throwing everything at it. Okay, we need to figure out why this is why is this doing that? No, we don't see it because of this. Okay, we're gonna leave this at this, and we're gonna call this thing regenerate buttons register component. On register is doing that. The button array has an interactable component. Does it? Interactability, true. I made it, I scale it a little bit. Probably even more.
מה אתם אומרים על עדן גולן? איזה אלופה!
Okay. Is he meeping the idiot? I want to make sure we don't have old fuckers. This guy. Okay, let me see if we load. And it's good. And we'll move forward to the other things in hand.
Also be a good comedy story or a good touching story.
The second was getting audiences to cry. Groening always had the idea that the show could tackle heavier topics as long as Coen made sure the characters reacted to their crazy circumstances in relatable, sympathetic ways. During the third season, the writers tested the waters with the episode The Luck of the Fryrish, where an angry Fry believes his brother Yancey stole his name, his luck, and his dreams, only to discover that Yancey had actually named his son after the younger brother he lost.
Son, I'm naming you Philip J. Fry in honor of my little brother, who I miss every day. I love you, Philip. And I always will.
The episode was so well received, it gave Coen the confidence to push things even further, culminating in perhaps Futurama's most infamously devastating episode, Jurassic Bark, where the audience learns Fry's dog spent the rest of its life patiently waiting for Fry to return. This poignancy put Futurama...
Hey guys, BRB, I'm just doing a short break. BRB. Okay, no rest for the wicked. Let's connect the widget. I want to see this to look like. Let's set something else for the numbered. Let's have everything, and we'll sorry, it's a vending. I'm an idiot. Let's keep it not in native. Still not shutting down the module. Let's open Blender. Quickly. Quickly now! So we sort of have the size for this. You're doing Blender, people. Join in the stream. It's not code, boring code anymore. So I meant. What's happening to me? This goes here. This goes here. Hey, how are you doing, Nasifau Fuad 007? Let's set everything here. Smart. We can assign different materials. Let's fuck you. Let's unwrap this. You have 2 materials for this guy. Material 1 assign. And assigned this material to the other. And actually, let's assign this here and that there. Makes more sense. And export this. We'll call this SM vending price screen. Let's move this to devices. Vending machine. Time to time you encounter, it happens a lot to me, like a problem that takes forever to solve. Forever, I'm talking hours. Sometimes it's tiny things, it takes hours. It's so annoying. One of the most annoying things in Baydex is this. good enough. I'm adding this to the instance. What the fuck you doing? Why don't you keep it? Because it's not in the construction. Front. It's the wireframe because I can't see with my amazing. Material what I'm doing. Okay, go to the numbered guy. We'll make a function here. Quickly set font. Grab the beautiful text here. Get set font. Make. You know what? Don't make. Just do this. What? Thank you. Here you can do this on the construction. Price widget. Get widget. Cast to BP numbered, WBP numbered, display, and if it's success, set font, which font, make font, on the one that looks like it's a print typewriter. This maybe. Did I fuck up the construction function on construct? No, thought maybe deleted the super or something. Yeah, that obviously didn't work. Not even in this state. I already have a thought about this. Maybe the number should be up here. Remove the device root down here. This will be up here. So and yeah, what the fuck don't you do it? Anything else here? Reset style. Oh, this works. Interesting. Send font. Maybe it's device text. I think maybe the outline fucks me up. Can do this. Now the interface. Construct message. Construct message. Only issues. Only fucking issues. Nothing but issues today. Nothing but issues. Let's make it like professionals. Keep this. Expose this. Remove this function. Damage report. Also, I want to have the number. Suppose this as well. And on construct, we're gonna take this, set text, and set style. Not on tick. Set widget. This is how professionals do it, by the way. So now we can also view it more easily. Or so I thought. So what we want to do is whenever we click selection with a selection. And what this is doing is we can actually make something better. We can make a blueprint assignable fucker. Dispatcher, it will just call this, then we'll have on the selection updated. Selection, by the way, is part of it's part of this class. So we'll have a U function which we'll call on a button on any button pressed. We can go straight to this. Who's calling this? For us to keep the same thing, then we'll name this to be BP. Then we'll have internal function on button pressed. Same. Component. Okay, we're actually gonna listen to this function. Bindings. And then we say button selected, selection updated. Am I overcomplicating this? Cause am I over engineering this guy? Feel like I'm over engineering it. We just want 1, 2, 3, but we can't really do it without the index. Can do this, update selection cost. get make it visible and blueprint read only. Debug section. Start with 0. So we update the selection. And make that a function, not an event. Be nicer. And we can pass also get current selection. We can get current selection cost. How do we get it in the keypad? Knob selector. No way. Oh, it's all in blueprints? Get selection cost is I think this should be in the scrap manager, so everybody reads it from there. There's no script manager data. It's unfortunate. This returns 1. 0 to the power of 2 is 1. No, it's 0 is 0, 1 is 500. Okay. Make it a move function.
There's traffic on the bridge, but the skyline shines with a certain light, and I know you're sick of it, but I know we're happy we're nearby, and there's a possibility that one day things will get better for the huddled masses in between the shadows and the stars. Floating empire held up by frame wire. Higher cover you in winter like a blanket by the fire. When the rent's too high, we'll just buy cheaper wire.
It's a static function. Returns 500. That's a magic number times times in multi. Need to do F math. I think power. Or should I do in multi power of 2? You game rules manager data. Scrap base. It's the best thing to do. Could be in device or something. Can even make it a U manager. Get your, yeah. So basically, we should be able to call this static and just update. Hopefully. to function. Grab cost for multi button. Can actually get the current let's promote this. Really hate this. Why are you doing this to me? Ah, cause I withdraw it. Update price. How do I Should we wait to be told to withdraw to actually draw? Requested the widget have its render target updated. Didn't I type redraw? I'm gonna kill you. Request. And this is not my day. UE5. How to request widget component redraw. Weird, it's no widget classes. What happened to this class? I think it's a different. I think it's not this one. Yep, it's not this one. Because we changed it. Yeah, so it's first of all, it should be +1. If it's 2, if it's 1, it's 2, then this is if it's 0, it's 1. 1, 1 is this. If it's 1, it's 2. 2 times 2, it's 4. It should be 2000. Multi is 1, 500. Can I do this? Power POW? In multi 2. Did a burger. Here we go. I feel like we can raise this entire cluster. Keep generating those motherfuckers. And another button here just to vent. Whoa! Whoa! Maybe it does need to be an owner. Oh my god. That is crazy. That's probably broken so many things. Not so many things, but some things. Should have generated that. Ah, maybe no. Not moving. Here we have other buttons. What? Let's make this .6 the size. Don't know what got it into you. What are you blueprinting? Is it a game or just for fun? No, it's a game. How are you doing, Altem? Atlem. I don't know what happened to my buttons now. But it's, yeah. All the time. not even interacting now. Four buttons. Vending machine. Not going on press button or something. I think I deleted it, or maybe it's this. Let's see. Should do this. Zero. Available. Just unbelievable. It's just like I can't stress enough how fucked up is my situation. 28? What's 28? I think this needs a refresh or something. There's no way this fucker doesn't have. Okay, guys, I need to finish up. I'm going to wait. Wish you good evening and enjoy your life.